Hello. Okay. Have a little bit of time here, so I thought, hey, why not show some stuff, because I have some things planned here. And let's see. So yeah, so I think last time we did like functions and some LSP stuff. So if we look at how it looks like right now, the LSP does work. Oops. Input should be like a keyword. Actually, yeah, keywords. We don't have like completions for keywords. I'll be looking a little bit on completions. But let's see, if we say like function, that should be like yeah. So you see, LSP sends like diagnostics correctly. We don't crash now and stuff. We have like auto completion. You can see this is a function. It doesn't really tell you a lot about it, but yeah. Oh yeah, and then also there is like a bug for a certain thing here. So now functions can so the plan is basically, okay, let me go from the start. Like the plan is that this is kind of like a bash scripting language. You spawn up processes, you know, by doing this like command. You can have pipelines, having, you know, the pipe operator, and you know, reading the status from whatever process, and you know, standard out, standard error, and all that stuff. And the idea is that functions are basically going to be sort of like, you know, processes that you can define, like yeah, they're going to be basically like a program that you're defining, and it's going to have like an input and an output. So basically the input is going to be, you know, whatever you get from standard in. So usually if you're reading from, let's say, like a command, or like a, yeah, like an executable like this, you would deal with strings, right? But the idea is that we could put types on standard in and standard out, let's say, like pipes on the type. So if you pick up something from this echo, let's say, and let's say we parse this as some kind of enum or something, I don't know, whatever, greeting enum. So let's say that this takes a string and then parses it as a greeting enum, and this is like hello, and then you would get like some kind of enum type out, and then you can like work with that type to do further things. So kind of like, you know, a typed piping system basically. That would be kind of cool too if we could reach that point. But yeah, that's the idea with the functions. So there, yeah, I'm not sure how. I mean, I'm not like a bash expert or anything, so I'm not sure how much parallel this is to bash functions. I know that bash doesn't really have types like that. I mean, there's some kind of data types that you can have, and you can do, you know, arithmetic expressions. You can have maps and arrays and all that, but I'm not sure how deep it goes. I do know, however, that it's kind of like a, you know, everything has like a different kind of syntax. So the point of this language is to kind of make it look more like a programming language, but it also, you know, has all the nice things about like spawning, is the ease of spawning up like processes like this, and that's the point of the language, is gonna be as easy to use, like as easy to write a script as Bash, but it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna look more like a conventional, I guess, like, you know, programming language, let's say. So that's the idea. Okay, anyway, so we have a bug. So all this sort of works here. We have like echo hello, that echoes hello. We can set a variable to a string, let's say. However, this doesn't work. Like interpolating a string, this variable value here does not work. It gives this thing here, which is because whenever we interpret like an identifier as an expression, we automatically assume it's going to be a pipeline command thing. And that's fine, but we don't support that yet with primitive values. Now for strings it could be kind of trivial to actually implement because of the way the system works right now with standard out. So we could, because we're kind of working with like standard out right now there, so we could say that okay, if it's a string we could just put that as standard out and that's fine. But we do have this error right now where you can't have primitives like this. However, you can have functions. So you can have a function that pipes into a command or an executable like this, like hello. The function hello pipes into cat, and that does work. However, here's an actual like bug right now. So B, the type of B is a process handle, and this should coerce a process handle into like standard out form, the result of standard out from this, you know, command here or expression here. So this should work, but it doesn't. It has worked before, but now it doesn't. Maybe it's like in this special kind of format. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe it's because we're using like a function here. I'm not sure what's going on, but there's a bug there. Here is kind of the same thing. So, but we're not using a function. So, okay, I guess I answered that question. It doesn't have anything to do with functions. It just has to do with this is a process handle because it's set to this. So it's a process handle. It has like, you can access, you know, standard out, standard error, the exit code and everything like that. And then when we echo it, it's gonna coerce like into the standard out portion of the process handle, except we get this error here if we try to run this code. So it works with it shows this hello here, but then it fails down here with this echo here. So that bug I want to fix. I'm gonna check if I put this bug out here. Yeah, I put this bug here. So yeah, okay, that's the last thing I did. Should we try to fix that now? Maybe. Yeah, okay, let's deep dive into that. So I was thinking of doing maybe something else though. I'm thinking like maybe some stuff with the LSP, like adding completion stuff, because that could be kind of cool to show how to do. Like, but let's just look a little bit at the bug since we've talked about it a bunch now. So yeah, we get a file not found trying to interpolate a process handle. So let's start at where the interpolation happens. So let's go to it should be evaluator. And do we have something called interpolation here? Yes. Excuse me, it's kind of late here. I'm kind of tired, but let's just keep going until I fall asleep or something. All right, so here's like render string literal. So this is used here to render you know, this string, for example, but the interpolation is this part, and now you get an expression inside. Same thing here, you get this expression inside. All right. Okay, and this one takes care of rendering that. So so we have segments for a string literal, and each segment could be a text or it could be interpolation. So text, we just get a text, you know, string here that we append to this resulting buffer thing. And then we also have interpolation, which we get an expression out and we evaluate the expression, and that becomes a value. And then we also do materialize string to kind of turn it, like coerce it into a string. So first stop is here, evaluate the expression. Now the expression that we have is this C here, so that is like an identifier expression, except it's actually going to be parsed as like a pipeline. So it is like it's a pipeline expression that has one stage, and the name is C for that stage. And I have an inkling of why this is an issue, but if we go through this, so we evaluate the expression, we have all these things, we should go into pipeline and not identifier, because if we had went into identifier, then we would have just looked up the value of the identifier in the scope and then just returned this value here. So that would have been the end of it, but that's not what's happening, I don't think. What's happening is, because potentially we don't really know, you know, semantically right now anyways. We could know in the future if it's going to be trying to be an executable or an identifier, because technically we could see that this C here is actually in the scope, and if it's, you know, we can semantically analyze that this is supposed to be an identifier and not a pipeline. So it's not like, you know, this one, for example, like we can see semantically that this is going to be an executable that we're trying to run, and this is a function because we have the function in the scope, right? So, but we don't have that semantic kind of analysis right now. So what we're doing is basically, if we encounter an identifier, we just parse it as a pipeline, and then the pipeline here, for example, it will be parsed as a pipeline here with two stages, hello and cat, you know, and that's it. And then the runner, the script runner, actually looks at the identifier, or it looks at the kind of the first, you know, string here, and it will match it with the scope. If anything is called has hello in the scope, which is a function, then we know what to do. We know what to execute the function instead of like executing a command or executing like an executable. But here we don't have it in scope, so we will assume that it's an executable that we're trying to call instead. Same with here, hello, and so on. But C is a different kind of identifier. So this one is actually a, you know, it's an identifier that has the type process handle, because of this it's bound to this. So this is a type process handle. So we have to look at but it's parsed as a pipeline. So we have to look at the pipeline, and we have a bunch of, you know, like setup here, and here we grab out the name of the pipeline stage. So let me show here. So this would correspond to just the C. So if we take this pipeline, for example, this whole thing is a pipeline. A pipeline consists of stages. This is one stage, this is the next stage. So this pipeline has two stages, right? And each stage is also, you know, a list of things. So this is the first thing, which should always be a callable thing. So either a function or an executable. and then you have a list of arguments, right? And so what we're doing here is we're looking at the first part of a stage. So we're grabbing out this string here, for example. In this thing, we're grabbing out echo here. And then, and that's what we're doing here. So we're taking out the first part, and we're getting the string here. And then we'll do a lookup of that name in our scope, and we see that we get a value. Now, I have two things here. I have a function, and then I have a bunch of these things, which are like, you know, values. If it's a function, then we're supposed to call the function. If it's just a value, then we're just supposed to use the value that we have. Now, I've only put boolean, integer, float, and string here. However, and otherwise we're gonna assume it's trying to be an executable. I could put an error here saying that, you know, else it should be an error actually. It should be like an unsupported type, unsupported like I guess command type or something like that. So this could actually be an error instead. Let's make a new error for that actually. So unsupported command type. Oops. So here we return error unsupported command type. So actually now we should get an error instead. We should get this error instead of the error that I show here, like file not found. Before we get this file not found error, now we should get, if I'm correct, this new error here. Yes. So we get unsupported command type instead on 20 here, which means that this C basically is what we're talking about. So now this is actually unsupported command type. Okay. So let's go back and let's add here. We'll add process handle, which is the type. Okay, before we do that, I'm gonna disable this and enable that. Now this should still get us file not found, I'm pretty sure. Or no, this should get us unsupported yeah, command type there. So, however, if we fix this to be able to, since B is a process handle, if we add process handle here, now we should get a different error. Now we should get this error. Yeah. Because primitive value in pipeline not supported. Because we're trying to put a primitive value in the pipeline, basically. It's not exactly what we're trying to do here. We're just trying to interpolate this, you know, this value here. But we don't know if we're trying to execute a pipeline or if we're, you know, just wanting to get a value out into a string. But that's basically what's happening here. So now this actually gives us this. And let me just rename this here, and that this should be the same here. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go ahead and check where that is happening. Primitive value not supported. And here. So here is that. So here's the run stage function, which kind of wires up how we run one of the stages in a pipeline. And the result is a stage execution. Now this is like, you know, telling us what happened with running the process here. So we have like a process ID, which is nullable because it's optional here, because we could be calling a function, and technically now a function doesn't have a process ID. So this is optional now. We have started that, finished that, and so on. Status, standard out, standard. So it doesn't really kind of make sense for this to be here, like to convert a value to this. We really just want to convert a value to a string actually, but you could think of this also as part of another expression. Like if we go back here, like let's say we have we're trying to do something like this. We're trying to do like echo hello into cat or whatever, just to put something like in a pipeline here, and then just be, you know, this is not a function, it's not an executable, it's a process handle. It's an already run process that has like a standard out, standard exit code, whatever. This doesn't really make sense now, because B isn't really, it cannot know what to do with this part. So it's a process handle. Like this doesn't make sense. But this is kind of what we're opening up here. Like if we can handle this, wait, here. Yeah, if we can handle this value thing, then we could potentially do that, but it doesn't really make sense. So what we want to maybe do instead is, like in the case of trying to run a pipeline, if we discover that, hey, we only have one stage, and that one stage is actually not a function, it's not an executable, it's actually just a value, then we shouldn't run this as a pipeline at all. We should just like abort from that and just give us a value. So that is probably what we should do in this case. So let's go ahead and try and do that. So I will keep this here because this is still relevant. But what I will do is here, if we get this, and so let's say we get over here and we don't have arguments and we don't have more, like we only have one stage, we should just return a value. This is like trying to evaluate the pipeline. We should just return the value as is, right? So that should make sense. So let's just check here, like if the command type is equal to a value, and then we also get the value. Let's do like a switch on command type actually, because the value is kind of embedded in here. So if it's a value, we get the value out here. I'm pretty sure this should be a value, yes. And then if it's a value, and if command args length is 0, and well, I guess command length, yeah, whatever, yeah, that should be fine. And then also the number of stages, pipeline stages, is 1, then we should return this value here. 1 second here. Alright, so we're returning a value here. Now there could be some semantics here about moving the value or whatever. This is a value that comes from a scope. So technically when we use a value, we kind of like, we are always like duplicating it and doing stuff like that, but I'm not really sure here. actually. Let's look at how we're using this. We're just returning that. Execute binding. Yeah, I guess we'll find out if something goes wrong here. Like here, we're actually getting the value, deinitializing it. So I think we might need to like clone it. Hello, Blue. How's it going? We might need to clone it actually. I think that's the convention here. Like always, when you return a value, it should be like cloned. Maybe. And these doesn't need to be cloned, but this one though, render to own slice. Yeah, we're creating a new thing. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So we will clone it. There we go. I guess we have to try it as well. So if we happen to have one value, the args length is 6 and the stages are 1, then it means that this is really not a pipeline. Really, it's just an identifier. You know. So that is set to some kind of value. So we just return that value because we don't need to like run it as a command. So this should work better, I hope. Now let's see here. Oh, there's some kind of error somewhere. Oh, I see. Switch must handle all possibilities. So if something else is happening, we don't care. We just continue on parsing it as a command. There we go. Or as a pipeline. Now if we go back to test, so now this shouldn't give us this error anymore, hopefully. And there we go. Hey, success. Great. So it gives us C. C is a process handle, and it grabs out when it's interpolating the string like here. It coerces this process handle into a string, which means it just takes the standard out from that process handle and puts it into the string, and then we echo it out. Okay, and the first echo hello is from up here. So if we enable this now, this should, so this doesn't give us the error anymore. This is just putting it as a string, and that should also work now. There we go. We have a constant A set to string A. We're echoing out A. It prints out A there. So this now works, and this should also work. B is set to this pipeline. Hello is the first function here, which just echoes hello. And then we pipe that into cat, which just, you know, takes it and writes it out again. And there we go. So now we got the next hello here. So cool. So we fixed the issue. Nice. So this all works now. Awesome. All right. So let's get rid of this now. Because what I was doing also is doing this import stuff, and I got this error. So let's see what happens now when we import this lib here, this lib file, which does some constants here, and what we should see is like hello from, and then we got the full name hello again, and then we got this hello function as well, which just does this. So now we should expect to see these two echoes, and there we go. That works. And the reason why this is kind of weirdly formatted here with new lines is because echo actually puts a new line at the end, which we are including. Like we're including everything that the standard out that we get from the standard out, including a new line, which is contrary to bash, which actually handles that. It like removes the new line at the end. But if we would use something like, if we would use like printf instead, that doesn't actually put a new line in these things, then you don't get the new lines. You just get, printf doesn't append a new line at the end. So that works here. But yeah, so this all works. So loading in the lib library here, and then we can do lib.hello to call the hello function, and that will not work. Okay. So we got an issue there. Should we solve this now? Because I think it's pretty solvable. Let's go to, because the problem is now this is a different thing. This is a member access expression. So I'm just gonna look quickly in there, and then we'll do some LSP stuff. So let's just try to fix this first. I'm gonna add this to the to-do also. So this one is actually done. We fixed this thing. All right, so here is like calling a function using member access from imported module results in find of file. All right, so let's fix that. Let's go to evaluator, and we'll go to evaluate expression, please. No. Did my LSP, did the zig LSP give up now? Yeah, it's giving up for some reason. I'm not sure what's happening. Oh, this is like, this is my other LSP. Maybe that's what's giving up. I'm not sure. For some reason I cannot. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's see. Yeah, so this should be a member access, member expression. It's really a member access expression, but I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Let's see, right now at least from what we have. So what's happening here? We are trying to get the object that we're calling it here, like the accessee, the thing that we're trying to access on. So we're evaluating this expression here, which is just member object. That is the expression there, which is lib in this case. If we look at this, the source code there, and we go back here. Let me just remove that. Okay. Now, wait. Evaluate member expression. There we go. All right, there we go. Okay, so object is lib, and then we're looking at what this is. If it's a void, boolean, integer, float, string, or function, we don't support member access. If it's a process handle, we have 3 like built-in things that you can access in the standard out, standard error, and exit the code. But except this is unsupported right now. But the standard out, standard error, we have like you can access and get the string out. But this is the module kind of type here. It's a scope. So it's like it's a scope stack. It's basically, you know, you can access, you can look up identifiers in the scope. It's basically the scope of the module. And so if it's a module that we're trying to access member on, we're looking up on this scope with the member name that we're calling it here, the member name, because it's an identifier, and identifier has a name. So we're looking up that string, and we clone the value out, right? Now in this case, the value is actually a function. This was a function in lib. So we are just returning a function here. And if we go back here, we see that whatever value is returned from this switch is stored here. So we get a value out. And then we do a last thing here. We look at this value and we see if it's a function, we actually run the function. Because in this programming language, if you just say the function name like this, you're trying to run it. It's kind of like a pipeline. Like if you're doing this, it's kind of like an executable in this case. So that's how it works. So this actually runs the function, or it's supposed to run the function. So if we get a value out from any kind of expression that is a function, we actually run it as well. Now this could be changed in the future if you want to have things like you can refer to a function. Let's say you want to just alias a function. That's not possible right now, but we could introduce a special kind of reference syntax for that perhaps in the future. But right now, this is how it works. So we're switching on this value, looking if it's a function, then we run it as a pipeline, right? And you saw what the error that we get was actually a file not found, which is interesting because file not found is usually the error we get when we're trying to execute an executable that doesn't exist. Then it says file not found. But in this case, we're trying to run this function in this function here, run function as pipeline. So let's see what's going on here. So we are actually kind of masquerading this function as a pipeline now. So we're creating a pipeline because we're gonna reuse the functionality of evaluate pipeline using this function here. So I can already while I'm talking about this, I can already guess what the issue is, because it has to do with the scopes, right? So the scope that we put in here is important because that is used over here where we evaluate the pipeline, which is further used to look up each stage that we were talking about before. We're looking up if the name exists in the scope. If it's a function, we have it as a function, you know. Otherwise, we try to run it as a command, you know. So, you know, if we pass in the wrong scope, of course, it's not going to be found. So, what scope are we putting in? We're putting in our own scope. But that's not correct here. We should run it with with a library scope. So that is the issue here, I think. So we have to kind of figure out how to wire this up here. Hello, Zia Void. Welcome. Do you work with C, C++, Rust 2 ever? No. Not until now, at least. Well, not now either, but you know, maybe in the future, but I haven't done it before. Well, I know C++ from way back, but I haven't worked with C, and I have not worked with Rust. You know, I've seen a little bit of Rust, and I tried to make something like a web server with Rust, but I failed with the whatever rules, or I couldn't understand how to deal with the async stuff or the borrow checker or whatever it is that prevents you from doing things. But maybe someday, maybe you never know. For now, it's gonna be all Zig for a while because it's an incredible language to me right now, at least. And yeah, Rust asyncs are crazy. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I could probably figure it out if I read a little bit on what you can do, how you do certain things, but I don't know. I just feel like I don't want to get into that right now. I'm trying to, you know, get better at Zig and basically, yeah, just go with Zig for a while. It's really cool. I mean, even now in this early version, I feel like it's super useful. It's super usable. Sure, they're gonna change a lot along the way because we're super early right now, like 0.16 is around the corner, but so it's a long way to 1.0, but I don't know, I don't mind it. I mean, it's a usable language as it is right now, and it's super fun to use. So let's see. And I mean, there's also like serious projects using it as well. So anyway, evaluate expression. Yes. So, okay, yeah. So we need to be able to figure out which scope is this gonna run in, because this just returns a function, but we actually need to attach. So this is interesting because I don't think we've had this before. This is a value, and the function is just a function declaration. But we need more context now. We need a context. We need a scope in which this function exists in able to be able to run it. This declaration only has a couple of things here for the thing. But I think we need more things here. I think we need a function value or reference, or yeah, it's like a function reference. So where should we have that? I mean, let's just have it here, I guess. I don't know. For now. And we are going to have the declaration, so we can have the actual execution body to run, and then we also need the scope here so we can run it properly. I know Zig's not first language you, and which ones did you learn before this being correct? So first language was C++, and basically, yeah, I looked into, and this was way long ago, a very long time ago, and then I actually forgot about which languages I looked into at that time, but I was very young, so it doesn't really count. But then I went to school for 3 years, bachelor computer science. I was very broad degree, so we did everything for like embedded, you know, C, Python, Java, C#, a lot of like dipping our toes into all different kinds of things. But then I got a job in like web development. But during during my programming things, I've also been looking at Haskell from time to time, and a bunch of different programming languages. So like I'm a polyglot, you could say. But yo Nab, learn some 3GS. Oh, nice. How's it going with your project there? But yeah, I just feel like Zig is like like Rust could also be like a breath of fresh air, but I never really got into it. But Zig actually is like one of the like more modern languages that just makes sense to me. You know, it just makes sense, and I just enjoy using it, and it has new things that you can explore. I love exploring like new programming ideas and new stuff all the time, new patterns, new paradigms, whatever, you know. I just want to consume it and try different things, and you know, that's kind of what I'm doing here as well. So And it's really cool with Zig because it feels like you can do almost anything with like the comp time stuff, and because it's like such a simple language, sort of, it's kind of, the simpleness makes it also that you can try to make all sorts of different things. Is this a toy language or does it have a future? I guess that's you know, you won't know that now, but yeah, right now it's just a toy language. It's not, I don't really have the ambition to make it into like a real thing. It's basically for my personal use, and I'm just showing this for like educational purposes here. So, but I am making, like, you know, I'm making both like the actual language and the executor of the scripts and everything, but also like LSP. The LSP for the language is also like included in the project as well, and it's all written in Zig. So yeah, that's it's a really fun project, and it can be very useful for me if I get it to a certain point where I can start to replace my bash scripts with it. My really simple, like, you know, newbie bash scripts, because I've been using like bash more and more recently, and I get so annoyed with the syntax of bash that I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna make my own language to fix the problem. But it's an educational process as well. It's not just for that, so it's mostly for fun. All right. But it's also kind of fun because I've never done like an LSP to this degree before, and I've never done like a type checker before either, or like this kind of, well, I guess, yeah, anything to this extent before in a language. So that's also kind of fun, like, you know, not just going, like, not just dipping your toes, but actually doing something more advanced is what I'm looking for as well. I also read some interpreters C++, and none of them can really be called a language. I dream to write compile from now on. Oh, cool. Yeah, but you have to start somewhere, right? That's how I started too. Like, and I never had the sort of ambition to write a real language, but it was fun to dream about it, and fun to like think about how I would like my language to be. And now it's like it's more easy than ever to actually do that. So it's like, you know, especially with AI, you can have AI also guide you through the process, and, you know, ask it questions and lead you through the process as well, because the AI actually has a lot of good things to say about it. I'm using AI sometimes to like fix bugs, and sometimes telling it to, hey, could you investigate how we could implement this feature, and they give me suggestions on how to do it, because I do want to do it myself, but I'm asking AI to kind of help me along the way so I don't get stuck on a thing, because, yeah, I don't want to, you know, bang my head against the wall too much, at least. I always wanted to invest time making a compiler OS, but the fact that it won't be used by people kind of sucks, make me hesitant to start. Yeah, I guess if that's what you want, then it's gonna be hard. But I think you would have to kind of think about it like just doing it for fun or for educational purposes, and then if it takes off, then that would be awesome. But I don't think you can. I mean, I guess some people maybe have that kind of ambition, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. It feels like it's such an undertaking. I guess it depends on how, you know, motivated you are. But yeah, as long as you're treating it as a fun project, then you can just keep going, I guess, until you get bored of it. I guess that's the downside, I guess, of it. But this so far, this is extremely fun for me. Let's see. It's okay. So now we got this as a function ref. So now we can actually, we attach the scope. So now we can run it with this scope here. So now we should get some errors where we need to update the code. We're executing a function declaration. Okay, so okay, yeah, so this is where we actually define a function, and now we need to say that the function declaration is this, and the scope is scopes. So that's the scope stack. Now I wonder if we actually need to have a certain frame as well. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. I don't understand what's delta time. I mean, okay, delta time it could be basically delta time is like the time since the last frame. But there's also a little bit of nuance there. If you're just trying to do something for the first time, I wouldn't really think about it too hard. I would just it's just a way for you to use, like, let's say you have an object that's gonna move across the screen in a certain, you know, velocity. So if you want it to be time dependent and not, you know, FPS dependent, like if you have, let's say you're moving something each frame 1 pixel, it's gonna move 1 pixel per frame, right? But then the velocity depends, the speed will depend on the FPS. So if you have a high FPS, it's gonna move faster, right? Because you're moving 100 frames per second, so you're moving 100 pixels per second. If you have a lower FPS, 10 FPS, it's gonna move 10 pixels per second. So you want it to be time dependent, then you have to multiply it by the delta time, and then you get you know, consistent speed across different FPS. But yeah, there's tons of resources out there. You just have to Google, you know, Google on it and read up on it a little bit. But I remember, for me, like, when I just wanted to make something to work for the first time, it's not really that important. But you will understand why you would want it to work like that, like using that. Okay, so now we get this. Now you are the declaration and you are the scope. There we go. Now I wonder, because the scope stack is like, this is the whole stack. This is the whole scope. So whenever you have this value, a value of this type, it actually refers to like the whole module scope. But if you're defining a function inside another function and so on, you don't get the scope of the values outside. Except we don't really have captures right now, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess we only need the outer scope right now. And when we have captures, or closures, I mean, when we have closures, because you need to capture the values at that point in time, when it was declared. So actually here here we can actually include like a closure in the future. Like here would be where we put the closure, and we would catch whatever values was in the closure here in the scope and put it in a closure, and then the function would be able to, and then we would need to like create a new scope that is the closure there. So yeah, but for now I'm just gonna do this. All right, now this is the command type stuff. Okay, so here we get a value that is a function reference. The command type is a function. So this should be the same thing. We should change this value to be a function reference instead. Which is actually a interpreter value function ref. So there we go. Now we can remove you to be like a function ref instead. Alright. Now we get a little bit more issues here because this is a ref now. And we get you will be a reference. What's happening here? We're making a new scope. Right, we're okay. We're making a new scope for the function, for the local variables and stuff for the function. But we should also run it in its own scope as well. Okay, we should actually, okay, so we should add, wait. No, yeah, I think we should just run it in its scope that's in here, I guess. There's a little bit of nuance here with if the function like redefines something from outside, but yeah, run function, and the scope is gonna be function ref scope. Declaration, there we go. All right. Okay, so we have that. Now, do we still get the same issue? Is the question. Okay, we get a crash. So we get these echoes and then attempt to use a null value. Okay, okay. Well, that's an easy fix. So that's great. Evaluator 124. Oops. We're trying to get the functions document. What? No, we should be able to get that. Oh, run function. Here's this. Oh, okay, okay. So here's the scope that we push here, blocking true, right? So this is like the isolating kind of scope frame that we're using here. That's fine. But why wouldn't we find this this document here? I'm gonna do like or else. We have like this logging thing, but I'm just gonna say log error here for like a temporary thing. Could not find document. Function declaration span start file, and then we return error. I don't know, document not parsed, I guess, or document not found. Yeah. All right. Okay, I can see why we don't find it. Do you see it? Okay, I'm gonna guess that's like 0xAAAAA. Let's test that actually. Let's do x. Will this work? Yeah. Yeah. It's a bunch of A's, which is Zig's way of saying, hey, you forgot to set this value. It's like an undefined value. So it's like initializing all undefined values as a bunch of A's, like in hex. And it's a way to easily spot this, more easily spot this than to, you know, see that it's maybe like a real pointer or anything like that. So okay, interesting. It kind of it's like it fills the whole thing with A's as well. All right, so I guess we'll keep this. We do have some kind. We do have like a tracer, or do we? Or is it in here maybe? I thought we had like a tracer thing. Track string. No. I don't know. I guess we'll keep this here. Fatal. Could not found document. Okay. So the function declaration, or yeah. Why is that like that? You are that. Okay, so it's probably like just, it's like invalid. It's probably because of some value that gets duplicated. Okay, let's do value. Let's actually, all right, we have clone. So for clone, I guess the scope stack needs to be cloned, or maybe even this as well. No. Let's not worry about this. So, but this is weird. Why would this be destroyed? Oh, maybe it was moved or something. Okay, well, let's actually... But then this shouldn't be the issue. This is just a straight up copy. There's something else going on, I think. VS Codium, what is that? This is NeoMS. Is it like a open source? Well, I guess VS Code is kind of open source. Well, what is VS Code? It's like VS Code for Linux or something? Alright, so what is happening? Let's see. So if we look at this, this should be member access, evaluating it into a function reference, then we're trying to run it. So we're trying to run it here as a pipeline. Now this value was a member access, and it's a lookup, and we're cloning it here. And when it's cloned, we just copy it at this point. Okay. Then we run it. Actually, yeah, we just return the clone. And then we run it here. And we evaluate the pipeline. Wait. Okay. We look up in this scope, we look up the function, and the scope that we use is this scope here. So is this scope is this, maybe this scope is like invalidated? That doesn't sound right. Import expression. Maybe we actually need to clone the scope. Okay, well, let's try that. Let's try just cloning the scope. Member expression. No. Function declaration. Where is that happening? Here. The scope. Let's clone that. If we can. We can't. We shouldn't need to, though. We shouldn't need to clone the scope. That's the thing. It could maybe be when we do an import expression, and because when we do an import expression, what's happening is we get the document, we get the value, like if we have it already, we will just get the scope here, which is like the script executor scope. So this should always like be here. This should always exist, to be honest. And then, but this is now a value. Now values are kind of weird because they are like duplicated, or they are like cloned and discarded, moved and stuff. So there could be some kind of thing happening with that. I just need to figure out what. This just returns this. This is kind of the cache here. So this shouldn't be the issue here. Okay. Yo, Baby Yoda, how's it going? Welcome. Let's see. So also when we do this, we evaluate the expression. The first one is actually a scope thing. So it's an identifier that we look up the thing. It's a, when we clone it, now it's a scope that we get here, like a value scope. But we don't actually like move it or anything here. So that's the important part. We don't change the thing inside. Okay, so we get this identifier where we just return it there. All right, but then we deinitialize it afterwards here. And what does that do? So yeah, see, this is the issue. I think we like set this to nothing. And when we look at this and we clone the value, wait, this is the binding ref. So this should be like the lib identifier, yeah. We clone it, but that basically just means we copy it, right? So we just have a copy, and then we deinitialize. So this should be fine, because this just yeah, this shouldn't actually do anything. Here we get the binding ref. Okay. And it's cloning the inner value, and the inner value is a scope. So, or wait, no, we're looking, no, okay. We're looking up the member name, right? Which should be the hello function. And then we clone it, which is basically just copying the entire thing. Like, I don't see an issue right now. Yeah, what's up? I'm doing good. Stream programming, and one of my viewers was like, weird of me using Sublime text because apparently old, so next stream I'm using MS-DOS Ed. Yeah. I actually never used Sublime that much. I used it like, I think I used it just to test it out, I think, at one point. We had a designer on the team which used it all the time. That was a long time ago though, but I never used it that much. The first editor I used was Notepad in Windows. That was great. Good times. C++ with Notepad. Just saying it hurts me. No, not Notepad++. Notepad. The original Notepad. I used to be a trial version of Sublime since like 2017. Yeah, I heard that's a thing. Like always having to close the thing. So at which point does this go to shit? Is the question. Wait, where did it happen actually? Document not found. It happens here. And it happens here. What I'm thinking is somewhere like this value gets moved or something. I just need to check where. Command type. Right. It shouldn't happen here. Okay, a value pipeline. So the lookup should be going great. We get the value and the function ref there. And then we run it. We run the pipeline. Destroys? No. Like, I don't understand, of course, where this issue is. Let's try and dump the function declaration dump. Let's do a JSON format. Now this might not work. Oops, no. JSON format. This might not work because there's like functions and stuff. Maybe it just skips it. Okay, it seems to be fine. Okay. Okay, here you can see everything is filled with 170. We have the same kind of. Now that's the file. All the strings here are filled with 170. But this is a slice. Somehow this file name is always cleared. Okay, so the spans are not stored, it seems. That's kind of strange. All of them can be used. My opinion, the editors all of them can be used except Emacs, because you use Emacs, you gotta spend months learning E-list, bunch of bullshit shortcuts. Agree. Now, I think people should use what they want, but you know, for me personally, I probably will never get into Emacs. I've stopped now at NeoVim, unless NeoVim gets like deprecated for something else Vimy. Why use mouse scroll and wheel in NeoVim? It's just you know, sometimes I use the mouse, sometimes I use search keyboard. It depends on what I feel like at the moment. Try using F keybind, get a specific point in the line. Yeah, I know about F. It's just that sometimes, like, I'm thinking while I'm doing stuff. I don't know. I don't know. It's like sometimes I use F, sometimes I don't. Like F takes a little bit of kind of mind processing power for me to actually find the keys and find what I need to look for. I also have this. I have Flash or whatever it's called, so I can type in something and jump to it directly. But I don't. I'm trying to, you know, use it more because it's a you know, it's kind of a fast way to look at a place, type something, you can get there. However, it's not great when the word is not on the screen. But yeah, I do have a couple of tricks there, but yeah, I'm so used to like doing this sometimes. Sometimes I do this. I've actually been using like F less and less, to be honest, just because it's like a little bit cumbersome to use sometimes. It's easier to just press the same button over and over again to get somewhere, even though it takes longer. But sometimes I use shift search, because shift search has like autocomplete for like fuzzy find as well. So that is also pretty useful. I love fuzzy finding. Okay, so why are all the files invalidated, basically? Is it because of the move? That's also the thing, like Vim or NeoVim has a bunch of built-in features that I don't know about. Like there's like a whole, you know, you could probably read a couple of books on it and still don't know like everything you can do in Vim. you know, just the built-in stuff. But I can't, if an editor doesn't have like Vim mode, I can't use it. Well, I can, but it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna feel like going back to the dark ages. Even though there are like, you know, VS Code has a bunch of, you know, shortcuts that does a lot of things that Vim does as well, but it's just not the same thing. It doesn't do enough. Sublime has Vim mode, is called vintage mode. Okay, that's funny. Man, how would we solve this here? Maybe this is this would be a perfect task for the AI, to be honest. Yeah, I think I already have that actually. Erudite. I have you know, I can press whatever key, it shows up here. You know, I have it. But it's more like I don't want to have to go and read all like articles and stuff. I like more consuming the types of thing like, hey, here's like 10 things maybe you didn't know about Vim, and then you get like some tips and tricks. Oh, okay, because you can see directly how you would be able to use it and stuff, instead of having to like read through the entire manual, you know. Because I don't like reading that much, you know. Maybe someday I will do it, but you know, it's the same issue with the Microsoft Docs. It's like you're searching for an answer to a specific problem, but you cannot find it. You cannot find an answer. You have to like, oh yeah, just go and read these articles, and like, yeah, just give me the answer. I don't want to read like a couple of books before I can get to the answer. Like, give me the answer now and the information that is relevant to this specific question. Yeah, I hate reading articles, And it's the same with the Vim documentation. It's like you ask a question about Vim, and someone says like, "Hey, yeah, just go type help and then about text objects." And it's okay. Well, that didn't really answer my question. But hey. But yeah, it is really good that it's there and stuff. But you know. Or it's like yeah. One example, like concrete example, is like, hey, how do you do? Just a super simple question, like how do you do? You know, space. Like in Vim patterns, how do you do like space? Like you know, white space. And then someone answers like, yeah, go read type help help pattern. It's like, yeah, thanks for the help. I mean, yeah, you could just go and ahead and try to find the information, but it's if someone asks this question, why answer like that? You know, it's so helpful for other people as well. Okay, anyway, enough about that. How do we go ahead and try to solve this then? So I don't think it's this. It's not this that is the issue. It's this part. It's weird because it wasn't a problem before. But maybe it was always a problem. I think I could actually do this before, but maybe it's because we changed a little bit on how it works. But as I was saying, like, this is a perfect problem for the AI to go and fix, because I think I could, you know, examine every little piece of code to find this issue, but that just seems such a waste of time. I can just ask AI here in the meantime, and I will ask it not to, you know, change the code or anything. I will just ask it to like investigate an issue with running test rm or runic test rm. Let's see. The function ref that gets called with the member access expression live.hello has its spans file fields all set to 0xSAA. Suggests a solution to the problem. Okay, so I'll just put it to work there. It's very good series, and how all the useful stuff is how I learned a lot of what I know. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm picking up like bits by bit. I mean, I've been using Vim for a long time, like on and off for a very long time. So I know like a lot of the basics and stuff, but it's just there's probably like so much that you can still do with it. Like I've seen, you know, examples of I forgot what it was now, but someone who actually used like the original like VI, not Vim, but VI, which is the older version of Vim, you could say. Like Vim is like built on top of VI, as I understand, and has a bunch of more features. But VI actually had like I could see like things that he did in VI I never knew about. So it's like, you know, you go back to the basic, and you know you can it's like you can do a whole bunch of stuff that you never knew about. That's the point. That was the point I'm trying to make. Like, yeah. But yeah, it's also the fact that when you go back that far, like maybe some of the things are kind of like archaic and doesn't really work in like a modern environment maybe. But a lot of things probably are pretty useful, so you never know what you're gonna find. Like that you maybe want to use. VI is also like it's a little bit different. Like every time you go in, and it's not like Vim. It's like a little bit different. So you get tripped up by some. Like yeah, I had like a distro that didn't have Vim at the start, so I had to use VI. And there was some kind of weird like basic changes, like, or basic differences that tripped me up there, but I can't remember what it was now. Anyway, yeah, this guy is doing this. Let's move to the LSP. So if you go to the to-do, we have a couple of things that we could add to the LSP. So right now what we have is like we have diagnostics, so we're reporting all the kind of parsing errors that we have in the code. Now we don't have semantics yet, but it's properly reporting diagnostics, so when we get to semantics we can just include that in the diagnostics. Yeah, we had some crashes that we fixed, but yeah, so here are a couple of things what we want to add. So we have like completions. Right now we have completions for like symbols in, I guess, the immediate scope, in like the outermost scope. I'm not sure exactly, but we have some form of completion. As you can see, if we go to here and we type lib, for example, yeah, it says it's a variable. It should say it's a module actually, but anyway. But if you type dot, we don't actually get this, you know, auto completion here. So that would be cool to get. And if you press, yeah, you do get like this, but also we don't have like keywords, you know, keywords and the import, you know, things like that. So it would be cool if we could get that. And also whenever you change a document, we don't get new symbols. So if I, for example, define a new function here, hello. Also, it shouldn't autocomplete in the string like that. Anyway, so we have this function hello. The hello doesn't show up. Oh, it does show up. Okay, I was just joking. Apparently, we have this. Okay, this is actually okay. So we did have this. All right, thank you, Erudite. Thank you for joining. Cool, thank you. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Emacs seems too fancy. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of cool, you know, that you can have graphics and stuff in the editor. But it feels kind of weird also. But yeah, you know. NeoVim is probably the thing is you probably don't need anything more advanced. I don't know. It just and the ease of actually like implementing new stuff as well, like your own configuration, like your own plugins and stuff. So you can do whatever, you know. That's the beauty of it. The ease of that. All right, so we kind of have this. I'm gonna put this down a little bit, like a priority here, kind of. So completions for import module names. Now this one is like this one is interesting. I asked AI to actually investigate how to do this, and I got some. So what it is basically when we type, like, you know, import and then a string, you should get like autocomplete for whatever file or modules you have in the scope and directories. So that's what I want to have. So you can autocomplete, like right now, just as the basic autocompletion here, but it should be the files and stuff. Hello, Ropet. How's it going? Welcome back. You use VS Code? I mean, that's fine. I also used VS Code for a while. You know, use whatever whatever floats your boat, whatever. It's too advanced, plus you have to hit multiple Control-Alt shortcuts. Yeah, that sounds bad. I don't know. Your coworker uses Qt IDE. What? I don't even know what that is. I know what Qt is, but I mean, is it Qt like a UI library? I mean, I actually like VS Code, to be honest. Like, I think VS Code is like, I mean, if you compare it to Visual Studio, I'm not gonna say anymore now. Okay, it's done. Updated import. Okay, it actually did stuff. Okay, this is what I told it to just suggest what to do and not to actually do stuff. But it did do stuff. Let's okay, fine. Keep the module path alive while building ASTs. I thought this wasn't a problem, but okay. Module path now solved with document source arena. Can we pass? Import. Maybe I messed something up along the way. Into the process, temporary path was freed. Alright. Yeah, that sounds to be the issue. It was just so annoying to actually having to try and deal with it. So let's do like zig build. And test this. Hey, well, it works, but it also doesn't work. Did I forget to save something, or where were we? No, that's the LSP. Okay, something is wrong with the scopes now as well. So we don't even get here anymore. So we don't know if it actually works though. Execute function declaration. Strange. You implemented a 3D rotating cube in term and nobody was impressed. That sounds really cool. People say how Atom was good, nobody uses it. I had a coworker who used it. some time ago. I'm not sure how popular it is now, but some people said it was like a super nice editor, but I never used it. What is the aim for the language? Aiming for a natural language version like Python. The aim for the language is basically to be my personal. Well, it is kind of like it's like a toy language right now, but the aim is basically my personal replacement language for Bash scripts. That's the aim. So I'm gonna be able to write Bash-like scripts and run them with my interpreter. And also it's for educational purposes. So basically it's like, it's not really about the language maybe, it's more about the learning process. But hopefully it's gonna be a useful language for maybe some people, we'll see. Probably not, but you know, you never know. Okay, what is going on? How can we debug this? Let's just make sure. Come on, what? There we go. All right, script execution. Oh, it's in lib. Oh, lib 12. Okay, I missed that. Okay, so this is not in scope, apparently. Oh, it's not in scope. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we don't have closure, so this makes sense. Okay, so it actually does work. And since we don't have semantic analysis, it's just gonna fail because it tries to run this as an executable. So I'm just gonna redo this for now. All right. Hey, it works. I mean, I think closures wouldn't be that hard to actually implement. We already have like the basic constructs for it. Yeah, I think I'll write that up as like the next thing on functions. This works now. Let's add closures. I was so close writing closure as like with J there, but closures, maybe use scope stack, maybe, well, it's gonna have to do something with scope stack. We'll see what's gonna happen there. All right, cool. Okay, let's go back to the LSP here. So oh, this was, I didn't save it. Okay. Yeah, so import module names. As I was saying, we do like lib2 import, and now I want to autocomplete for whatever libraries we have or whatever files we have currently here. So I asked AI to like investigate this, and here is the result of that. It's kind of a lot of things, but yeah. Current LSP completion flow. Always filters dark works as built when extract prefix and never inspects import expressions. Want to complete detect the import concept before symbol lookup. So it's basically saying just, hey, just implement it. Okay, well, we have like a symbol thing here. Not sure if this is exactly where it happens. This is like, yeah, collect symbols. But this is not like the autocomplete. So if we go to LSP server, there's like handle completion. And we have, all right, so this is like handle completion. So we get this is what you get from the LSP. Also, yeah, I forgot to mention, I actually went ahead and almost fully implemented all like types that's in LSP right now. So this file is like 1600 lines of a whole bunch of LSP types, like all the LSP messages from the client to server and server to client and stuff. It's not everything is in here, but a lot of things are. Like a huge chunk of it is like the capabilities stuff, server capabilities. Like, and also I also included like the documentation, so you know you get like documentation as well, which is nice. So it's basically just copied from, you know, it's copied from the TypeScript definitions basically. So I try to kind of do the TypeScript definitions here. Now, what an interesting point, an interesting part about this is that not all like TypeScript types are very easy to implement in Zig, especially these types, the what they call the union types, which is if you have one type or another type. So in TypeScript it's like text document sync options or text document sync kind. So this type is like a union type, so it can be either this or that. And what I did to solve it is because they had a whole bunch of these types, and in Zig you would use something like a union enum. However, it would be extremely annoying because there were so many of these to have to implement each and one of them, because they are not like one-to-one with the JSON implementation. So what I did is I made this either type function thing that will sort of mimic this here. So this will construct a new type that is like JSON parsable, JSON stringifiable, and it will basically be the same thing. It's basically one of these, and it's using a union enum. Now the downside of doing this though is that the LSP doesn't know how to construct this like a value of this type, so you won't get like LSP help from it, but the compiler will, you know, complain if something is wrong. So yeah, and this is how this looks. So yeah, that was kind of fun. And then we have this JSON parse. So basically up here we're creating the fields and tags of the things, and we have an enum type, we have a payload type, which is a union enum, and then we return a new struct with the payload, which is like the value, and then we have like a JSON parse which takes in the original value and makes it into this type, and then we have parse the value version, and then we have the stringify, which is actually kind of simple here because you just stringify the inner value there. All right, but that's pretty cool because that's just automatically, like, you can use the standard JSON formatter to format this. You can use the JSON parser to use with this type to format it. So now we can have these either types like built in basically. So that's really cool. That was a nice solution there actually. It worked out pretty well. All right, so yeah, so all of these types I had to like manually put in here, but most of them were pretty simple actually. Now one thing also is like a lot of these were also, what is it called? Like the one is union type, is the other intersection. That just seems wrong, but this type was like extended another type that had this, but there's no such thing as extends in Zig, although you could make an extends function, but you won't get LSP help then. So what I opted to do, instead of doing that to lose like LSP help, I did actually just manually put this everywhere where it was like extended. So this one extended, you know, whatever this one, status, work progress, or whatever it was called, and you had to put this everywhere instead of just saying like, you know, this is this and status, whatever, you know, it was called. So in TypeScript you could do this, and then you don't have to put this everywhere. But you know, there we go. And then this one was always like, there was a bunch of these pairs. You had this something something options, something something registration options, which was this included with something else. So then you just have to copy everything in here, put it in here, and then also add these things here. So a lot of things are redone. You can see a lot of these are like this, but they were pretty simple though. So it was pretty fast to do. But there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. So with that, I replaced the so how we use it is let's see here. So basically here is the we get this you know, the string that's the from the client, and then we just use the standard JSON library to parse from slice, and then we have this client request type, which includes all different types of client requests you can get, and that's it. And we also have this ignore unknown fields. If there was like fields you don't care about, don't, you know, that you don't need, then you can just throw them away. Yeah, so that's it for reading. So here we have this client request, which has like JSON parse, how to actually read it. So so then we get this parse thing, and then we can do switch on the payload in that, which has all these different, like, you know, client request types or methods. Yeah, text document did open and everything. So then we can just get the actual Zig type and not deal with this kind of weird dynamic JSON value that we had before. Now we actually get the actual type that it is, and we can get everything like in a Zig type instead. So that is way better than what we had before, which in here before we had a whole bunch of, you know, parsing of the, you know, dynamic JSON value. We had to introspect the JSON object if it had a bunch of fields and a bunch of, you know, whatever. Now we don't have to do that. We just use it directly. So and then in the end, when you will, for example, you want to where is it? Yeah, handle completion, for example. This actually responds with a result as well. So here, for example, we send completion result, and we create a completion list, for example, here, and then I have this utility function that creates a response from this type, which is basically just creating this type here, which has these standard fields, and the result is put in here. So that is like a generic type now that we put in here, and we have a possible ID, JSON RPC, which is also always 2.0 here, and then a possible error as well. So when you so now we just do this. Before, this was like, you know, we were writing to a writer, and we were the AI actually had generated, you know, it said like writer write. This was actually how it looked like. Yeah, start of the object, and then like end of the object over here, and then we try to write, you know, JSON RPC. You know, this is how it looked before 2.0. So it was incredibly annoying to look at and deal with. So now it's way nicer here because we just create the zig types and we convert it to JSON using the standard JSON library. And then send JSON is basically I have this log here, and then we just first we have to put it in a buffer though, because we need to know the length. So we say the content length. So first we just create a buffer with some max length. We just print with the formatting specifier standard JSON format, and then JSON body, and that's it. And then we get the body out with writer buffered. We have the length now, so we can start to print the header here, content length, and then we just print the whole body, and that's it. Then we're done. So a lot easier now to actually do, like, you know, have different types of JSON stuff there. All right. Anyway, little explanation there over. So, handle completion. What is happening here? We get the document that we are interested in. We are like trying to get some path and some text. All right, so we're reading a file apparently. Why are we doing that? Oh, if we don't have the document, I guess. All right, so we get the text, otherwise we read the file. Okay. Yeah, and then we have like the line and the character and the index of the line. If it's less than 0. This can't be less than 0 though, so I'll just remove this. Yeah. It's an unsigned integer. I also changed all the integers are like unsigned except for like the error code, which can be negative, but the lines and characters, like nothing else can be actually negative. So all the JSON integers are actually U32s now. So that's good. And then extract prefix, right? So this is where the AI told me to, hey, before you do this, you have to do something else. All right, so here's where we're missing kind of context. So right now, when we do like auto completion or completion results, we try to get a prefix depending on where we are, because we could be in the middle of an identifier, for example. So we get like what prefix we have before. If you type like, you know, if you start here and type and now get the completions, he or HE would be the prefix here. Okay, and then we just get the doc symbols there, I guess, either if we have it or we don't. I mean, if we don't have a doc, we should just return an empty list, but hey, okay, well, maybe we don't. Okay, whatever. And then we also have the workspace symbols, because this is, I think this is empty, right? I think we already only have doc symbols. Okay, and then we'll collect the matches with the 2 symbol lists here. So, and then we send the results. So this whole thing is responsible for all types of completion results or auto completion. So it's going to be responsible for auto completing, you know, things in strings, things in like identifiers, member access, import module names, and everything. So it's gonna have everything. This one only concerns symbols, so yeah. So we have to figure out how we can determine if we are trying to write an import string. And I'm thinking that it's gonna be a little bit difficult actually now, because in order to be able to do that, the parser actually has to support like kind of halfway failures. Like if we try to do this, the parser is going to tell you, yeah, you have a keyword const, you have a identifier here, equal sign. You have an import keyword, and then a string right now. So at this point, the parser will succeed, but if you have something like this, it will fail here, and then you don't get any like results. So like right now, my editor is actually auto adding a double quote, so it should be fine. But in case of this, it won't work. But I guess we will do this first here to make it work. But later, we're gonna have, you know, that the AST will try to read as much. Actually, no, it's not the AST. It's the tokenizer. It's the Lexer actually. Yeah, the Lexer should still work, except it will break here because of the strings are a little bit different. We have like string interpolation contexts, and so when you have an open quote like this, it will actually start like a string context. So I'm not sure how that will work, but okay. Anyway, let's just start with this here right now. So all right, let's see. So how would we want to do that? We could run like the tokenizer on it. We just need to run the tokenizer on the actual line, like itself, to be honest. Maybe in the future we will have multi-line statements. Right now, all kind of statements are only on one line. So technically, we could get away with just reading the line. We could tokenize the line, look for an import and a string. If we have it, then and you're in the string, you're good to go. So so yeah, that's just we should have like runic somewhere here. Yeah, and let's do, so this completion handler will have a bunch of different branches then. And this part will be like its own branch. So I'll probably move this into I will move this into something like its own branch. And well, let's do this. Let's do like collect matches. That's gonna be a different function. We don't have prefix, we don't have this. Well, actually we do have the symbols. We could take the symbols, but we should have like line index and char index. That's what we're interested in. And then this part I'm gonna move out to completion, and then like collect or collect symbol matches, I guess. Which will be this. Oops. Did you consider using dlang? I have no idea what that is. The lazy cat. Sorry. What is dlang? Okay, extract prefix. This is probably not used anywhere else. Yeah, so let's just move it here. Okay. So what do we need here? Text slice. Where did that come from? Where did that come from? Text slice. Oh, from here. So that's the entire text of the document, I guess. Yeah, we need that as well. Text slice. There we go. Doc symbols, workspace symbols. Wait, where did those go? Oh, they're over here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so now we just need to fix this here. So text slice. These things we will put here, and also text slice. Better version of C++, incredibly fast, amazing language, needs syntax. Okay, is it just called D? Because I do remember a language just called D, which is supposed to be a more modern C++. Is that the same language? Like, you know, D comes after C. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did dip my toes into that, but that was like, I don't remember when that was. That was like a super long time ago. Like maybe like 15, 20 years ago or something. But when did it came out actually? '20. 2001, 23 years ago. Yeah, so they were basically new at the time. But yeah, I never really got into it. It's really interesting though. But I never really got into it. I don't remember what I was doing there. It was interesting because it was like, you know, it tried to improve on C++, I guess. But I have no idea. I don't not remember any of the features or anything. Oh, hey, Colin. Oh, cool. Awesome. Because you were saying like you wanted to pick between like Zig and Rust or something. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Just trying new stuff despite the hype. Low level Rust does not make me very happy. Okay. Hey, Lazy Cat. Welcome. Memory allocation was the first, real nice. Yes. Like, it's such a simple thing, but it solves like a huge class of problems. You know, just the fact that you don't have to, you know, if you have several exit points, and you don't have to deallocate it at every point. I guess C++ does have. No, wait, but C++. If you're using like. Isn't this kind of the same pattern? Like you have, if you have like something that you allocated, allocate, you know, and then defer, you know, free allocated, let's say. This is the same pattern as in like C++. If you have like some kind of class that is stack, on the stack, it gets destroyed, or I don't remember what the term is now, but it has a destructor. It gets destructed at the end of the scope, and then you could put, I mean, if the struct has, or I mean the class has a bunch of pointers, you can like free those in the destructor at this point, right? That would be the kind of the same pattern. Although I know like now modern C++ has like a lot of different types of pointers, and I haven't kept up with that, so I don't know, but that was just something I thought about there. Because in my time, I don't think we had all that. I think we were using just constructors, destructors, stuff like that. I don't remember actually, but yeah. I never really was a professional C++ or anything like that. And it was such a long time ago, so I don't know if it actually had those kind, like, you know, the kind of different pointer kinds that they do have now. Anyway, okay, so let's go here now and prefix, collect symbol matches prefix. Right, so we don't get the prefix here. We will return a match list. Wait. Oh yeah, so we do this basically. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. And then we also need line index, which is something. Is it usize? Yes, usize. And then char index. All right. And then allocator, of course. So now, what is this mode here? Determine mode, filter mode. Maybe we need to extend this part actually. Except this needs a prefix. Determine mode, prefix, substring. I see. So it's not the kind of mode that I was thinking about. Like, I was thinking like, what kind of symbol are we looking for, or something like that. But that's what we want to determine here. So we want to determine first what kind of like completion are we talking about. So completion kind maybe, or completion kind. Is there something called that already? Completion kind. So let's just do like an enum maybe for now. So we have like symbol or module. Are you using Harpoon? No. I'm actually using my own, I guess, worse version that I did. Let's trying out some Comtime stuff. Make a simple chess engine right now. It's good. Oh, cool. That sounds awesome. Oh, I borrow check. Oh, I see. So you have to be a ruster. But it was someone with like Rust. X-Ruster. Okay. Sorry. What? Okay, so what are you using now? Are you using Zig? Because that's better. No, I don't know. Can I change my name or else people are confused? Oh, I see. Oh, Camo. I see. How's that going? Is that better? Tried Zig, but I break API the way Linux users hop distros. Yeah, that is true. You have to live with that a little bit as it is now. But it's too juicy for me to not use it. Like, yeah, I've invested too much now also. It feels like. No, but it is fun. It's really fun. And the breaking changes have been... I'm not sure how it was before, but from 13 to 14, it wasn't too bad. 14 to 15, though, is kind of bad for me because I was using a lot of the things they broke. But it should calm down now a little bit, at least. You're making your own systems language. Wow. What's it called? I'm doing the same thing but with Bash. Alright. So, okay, how do we determine this? Yeah, this is where I need to get the line. Or let's do like switch on determine completion kind, and then we need, maybe we should put all this like in a context instead, like collect matches context, so it's easier to move around. Let's just put everything in there. Alright, there we go. Nice. It's nice when the syntax is actually exactly the same. Maybe there's a point to that. Context, collect matches context. There we go. Now, let's just put the context in here. So that's, and then we should get like a symbol. We should return collect symbol matches. Now here we just put the context as well. And if we need more things, we could get it from this type here. And then we have module, collect module matches context. Now this might need, no. Yes, the script path, actually. We need a script path. Not yet public. Ah, cool. System scripting language. Bastard of many things. Wow. That sounds... could be anything. S6 module system without defaults. Good. I hate defaults. C# style unsafe mode. I don't know what that is. Extern C, the Rust way. Data type for sums, records, match case. ASM style deref. For pointer added. Oh. A scripting language with assembler stuff? What? Yeah, show an example. That's super interesting. Alright, so let's do collect module matches. Wait, change this to context. And then we extract prefix. Okay, we could just use the context now. We could just put context in here actually. Why not? Or maybe not. Maybe yes. It's just so much easier to do things. This is now we're making it into a monad now. you could say. All the language design become Haskell or Camel at some point. Are you gonna make an intermediate language for your language? For this language, for my script language here? Well, it's not gonna get. I don't think I'm gonna compile it. I think I'm just gonna. Well, it technically it could get compiled. I was thinking actually like generating zig code based on like translating the language to zig code and then compile. Then you could compile it. I mean, the purpose is not speed. The purpose of the language is just to run some, you know, like a bash script. That's the purpose. Like just quick and dirty scripts that you want to solve some issue fast, basically. Because as I see it, if you want a more sophisticated program that's going to do it, you should just do it in a programming language, a real programming language, and not a scripting language. Python 2.0? Do you mean like Python 4.0? No, but yeah. Not really Python. It's more like Bash 2.0, I guess. Well, not really 2.0, I guess. It's more like an alternative to Bash. It's not gonna have all bells and whistles that Bash has, but it's gonna be enough for me to be able to like replace Bash script with it. So if I show you here, well, now it's okay. Let's go in here. So basically, this is, you know, you can. This is kind of the first class citizen or whatever you want to call it in the language. You can start a process like this. So it's like Bash basically, and then you can like pipe it and do whatever you need. So, but it's just my personal like kind of Bash thing. What is the issue you're trying to solve with your language? Well, the issue is that I don't want to learn Bash. That's the issue. No, but it's mainly a learning experience, and if I can get something out of it, that's great. So yeah, it's not like super serious. It's not meant to be some sort of, you know, major language that everyone's supposed to be able to use. It's a personal project, but I'm showing for like, you know, educational purposes, and it's for a learning experience for me and everything, you know. Wait, let's just do this actually. Let's just grab this out. We don't have to text mask. There we go. Line. Oops. Character. Alright. So that's done. Let's just pass the context. Just send whatever you have, Borsaker. I don't care. My issue with JS style templates was that it's not quite CFG had to do C# style. I don't know what you're talking about. I was using JS style until I figured it was kind of violating CFG. What is CFG? Is that some kind of context free? Oh, I see. Well, do I? See, I'm not sure actually. Well, I don't think about... yeah. We'll see what becomes an issue or not. Oh, pen matches. Is that in here? No? Oh, it's here. Let's... sure, let's do like this. No, we don't have prefix. We have prefix here. There we go. You function type cannot have a name. Oh. There we go. Let's join that. Allocator. All right. This is the one that doesn't exist, so determine completion count. Now, how would we do this? We have to. Okay, yeah. Completion count. So I think what we want to do is we just want to do a super basic thing. We just want to read the line. We want to get the line somehow. And then we want to read it. Line slice. We want to make a lexer here. Let's make like a let's make a lexer here. So this is gonna be like, wait, why did I? No. This is gonna be lexer stream init. Yeah, we need the file as well. So we need the file path, and then the source is text nice. All right. So that is that. And then, yeah, we need the file. So let's assume we have the file. Now then, it's basically gonna be. Let's try and lex. I guess we try and lex the whole line, maybe. Perhaps, or until we, maybe just until where we are. Extract prefix. Let's do like extract line or get line or something like this. Get line. Yeah, we have the line. So when we have the line, it should be fine. All right. How do you? Okay, 1 second. I got your link there. A C++ port. Well, so is this, you know, the actual language here? Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. From the C++ file. Where? Oh, here? Oh, 1 second. Let's see. Oh, so this is the okay. Well, unsafe definition. Okay, so this is all the functions, and here. Okay, so what does this mean? Because I'm not used to that syntax in assembly. Pascal style pointer. Okay, so what does that mean? Is that just a pointer? Or is it some kind of special property on it? Just a pointer. Okay, okay. It makes sense, you know, it points somewhere else. I guess that makes sense. Okay, so this is like the type annotation here. I always thought that these things were kind of funky to me. I never knew what this meant, but it's basically just setting it. Is it determine? Does it determine if it's like a constant or not, or is it just saying that it's defined as, right? I'll see. That's cool. Like using the operator, or the, well, I guess you could call it the operator, like an operator as the determining factor for constantness. Alright, alright. So is this the C# unsafe you're talking about? And I like the ifs without parentheses. Oh, semicolon? So you have to have semicolon after everything. Rust C# has similar unsafe mode. Alright, cool. And then just exit. Exit 0. Or all statements need semicolons. Okay. Exit break. Exit is break. Skip is continue. Okay, okay. Why not? I was thinking, like, why not change established lingo? But I guess, you know, maybe other languages has that. The comments are taken from C++. Ah, I see, I see. And what is this? Def? Break continue doesn't make much sense when you read it. I guess. I mean, it just things like that is pretty. It's pretty fast to get used to anyway. So okay, so this is a function, anonymous function. Okay, cool. All right. And a matching, pattern matching. Awesome. I love pattern matching. I should have pattern matching also. You can either use declaration form or binding form. Expression. Okay, okay, cool. A while loop. Oh no. Equal to 0? What is this? You don't have equal equal? Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Alright. Yeah. That looks cool, man. Awesome. Let's see. There we go. ASCII math for operator reference. I don't know what that is. Is it like math labs for in like terminal? Or what is it called? Math labs? That sounds too much like something else. ASCIImath.org. Markup language from, oh, I see. Nice. Okay, cool. ASCII means typable using keyboard. Right. All right. Yeah, fine. That is cool. Like, good luck with your language there. That looks way more serious than my language. Are you gonna have an LSP? Yes. Cool. I was thinking maybe I have a leg up on you there. But yeah, okay, cool. I mean, it's different. It's different language anyway. So. Okay, so get line. We're advancing to the line. Here we should have it like the start of the line. So we just do this. We don't care about this. What is this? Is I don't. Okay, we don't care about this either. We just return this. So this gets the line. There we go. Now we could probably reuse this in the other function, but maybe. Alright. And if you want real fun, it uses package JSON style thing. Package JSON style thing. Do you mean like prettier? Or what do you mean? Package JSON style thing? Where was the thing? Line slice? Okay, now we can actually get the line. Look at this monadic code. It means it uses the same runtime config as package JSON. Oh. Okay. So you have basically a package JSON. I hope you don't call it package JSON. That's gonna be confusing. Trying to install, like using npm to install ms packages. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean it's a good. Good system. You should use well, I always thought that it was fascinating. There's the Haskell based configuration system or language. Man, what was it called now? D Hall or something? Yeah. Here. I always thought this was cool. Code extension. I thought we can show this MS PKG.json. Yeah. Or whatever, you know, whatever language name you're gonna have in the future there. You're not used. Okay, you're never mutated. Fine. All right, now we're up here. So we have the line, hopefully, and then we are going to lexer on it. So I guess we'll do some kind of while loop, and then we'll get the next token. Which will either be an error. So if it's an error, I guess we just fail. But we do get the token out. And now we need to check if like the span is like containing our target thing. So I guess we could do like contains a helper function here, and then context we're gonna have like the line and character. So let's go here and we'll add this convenient function. Contains line and what do I call it? Do I call it like colon or line colon? Wait, location. Yeah, that's fine. Line colon, yeah. Colon. And then just a bool. So this would just be like self start line is less than or equal to line, and start column is less than or equal to column, and self end. It's basically like collision detection here, very akin to whatever we're doing in the game engine here. So line and then end line should be more than or equal to the line, and the end column should be more than or equal to the column. Is this correct now? Is this correct? This doesn't feel correct. There's something weird going on with the columns. The lines make sense. As long as we're in the line. What about the columns though? No, that should be correct. Like if we're in the lines and the columns. No, this is not correct. Yeah, because you can have I mean technically you can have a span that goes from like here to like over here, right? And then you have also like in between here. Let's say this is like a span. What if you're over here? This is the start and this is the end, right? So you have the line, start, line, end. But what if you're here? Then you should still be in. You should still be contained in the span, even though the column is like out of here. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying here, but I mean, I'm not explaining this. I think what we need to do is we need to check if the line is actually on the starting line. We have to check the starting column. If it's on the end line, we need to check the end column. But if it's not, if it's in between, the column doesn't matter. So we'll do like if the starting line is the same, we return if the starting column is less than or equal to the column. Do you have this project link like GitHub repo? Yes. It is here. No problem. Alright, so then if we're on the end line, we should check if the end column is more than or equal to column. Otherwise, we should check if the line... Yeah, then we just have to check the lines. if it's within the lines. There we go. Now, okay, yeah, so now we have this contains function, so we just check if it's contained. Now, I don't remember if this was one, if we did like one indexed or 0 indexed. See, this part, well, we just take position and line, or yeah. I guess we'll find out. We can look at the logs later and find out. So if this contains, that means we don't really need to go any further. And also what I need is I need the previous token. Actually, let's do like undefined, or I mean null there. All right, so then we get the next, and then over here we set previous to next. All right. Now, if now we switch on next tag, if it's a string start, oh, hey, it worked out actually. Yeah, this actually works out. So if this is string start, then we also check if the previous was, can I please, okay, if the tag is keyword import, then we're talking about the module import thing. So then we return module. Wait, this should be like line slice. Okay. Now, there we go. And actually, I think we should just catch break there, perhaps, or catch return. I don't know, there's something weird going on there, but I'm just gonna return a symbol there, because we could also not get the thing, but that would be weird. Yo, Metallics, hello. Yes, it's on GitHub. I mean, it's barely functional as it is right now, so apologies to any frustrations that you will have. Like, you can't really do anything with it yet. The only thing, okay, the only thing you can do basically, well, you can actually, what you can do is pipe existing executables into other executables, and you can sort of define functions. But as soon as I push this up here, you're gonna be able to, well, I can show you a little bit later maybe what you can do, but it's barely functional as it is right now, but so just keep that in mind. The font is called Hasklig, I think. Hasklig or Hasklag. It's one of the two. I just looked this up actually. Someone was asking. Hasklig, yeah. This one. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so if we have a string start and we got ourselves an import in the previous one, I guess we could do it like the other way around, probably. No, whatever, it doesn't matter. Then we return the module. Although if we're in a string, we should probably not like do symbol completion though. So no, if we get in here, we should stop. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We switch on this. If this is false, then it's nice. Then we want to check here, like we want to check the Lexer context, and we want to see what is the current context. I want to switch on that, I think. And if we are in a root or a string interp, we return symbol. But otherwise we're in like a string context, so that then we shouldn't have any, you know, any kind of thing. So but I'm just gonna return a string here so that we have something there. And that should be exhaustive, so that we should be done there. Okay, let's add another kind called string, and in that case we will return an empty list. So let's make that. Actually, this is gonna be weird. Let's make this a function actually, just empty, and then you pass the allocator in, and we'll return a match list. And this is the allocator, just because then you try to call D in it, and it will just break. But this is just empty. I guess this is the same as init. Well, whatever. Empty context allocator. There we go. All right. It's a bit more, you know, explaining what's happening here. All right. Now what's happening here? You want a one argument. That is correct. So allocator. Text slice, line index, char index, doc symbols, workspace symbols. There we go. Missing file, right? File is what? File is, well, we have it in, I guess, owned path we could do. Right? Wait. Path is this. I mean, we could also just do document. Oh, what the hell? We should have a path, I think. The document should maybe exist. Maybe it doesn't exist. But we should have this. Like, why do we not have... This is why this is weird, why this is like an a nullable. It's only initialized here. Yeah, that's no problem, Go Substantial. Go ahead and ask anything you want. If it's turn complete, it's fine. That's the only thing I need. All right. Well, actually, I actually don't know if it's that even. I mean, I know the turn completeness is kind of like from what I've seen, it's not. It doesn't feel like it's that high of a bar actually. But again, I don't really know. But from the feeling I've got from some of the things that has been called turn complete, it feels like as long as you have, like, yeah, having it turn complete doesn't mean it's gonna be easy to use though. But anyway, so what is happening here? Like, this is AI, by the way. Text slicer, so if we have existing, we use that. Otherwise, we have an own path. So basically, we only use this if this is resolved. But I want to do that now anyway, actually. Well, let's actually just do that anyway. Will this return an absolute? No. Yes. Thank you. So I don't have to do that again. Not that it took that much time, but whatever. Now, let's just do this anyway. Let's just do like params text document URI. Okay, and then we don't actually need to do this. We can just deallocate it directly. And we don't need to do that. And we don't need to do that. Equals. No, wait, what? There we go. No. Home. There we go. That is not mutated. Okay, fine. Lots of dumb things are turn complete. Word autocomplete is turn complete. That's funny. Is it? That sounds incredible. Alright. Let's see. Okay, so now, right. Do we have any errors left? Yes. Terminal, right, so temp context. Oh, we don't have prefix. We send prefix in as well. Has prefix match. Whatever. Let's just send in the thing. Prefix context dot symbols. Context workspace symbols. There we go. Elixir should be that. Switch must handle all possibilities. If it's anything else, we don't care. Switch on type. Oh, let's do try that. Function with okay, right. So we haven't implemented this one yet, right? So this one. So okay, now it's gonna be like we need to look at the dir. So basically, we need like the dir name and that is gonna be file, no, path, dir name, no. Context file. There we go. So that's the dir name. If you don't have a dir name, I guess we do like dot. Okay. Now, or maybe we do dot. Maybe we return an empty list as well. I'm not sure. Maybe it's better to return like an empty list instead. All right. Now we have the dir name. So now we need to just get all the files and stuff in the dir name. And I always forget how to do this. But this dir name should be kind of... Wait, open dir... Do we have to start with this? Can you handle absolute paths? Doesn't say. But, oh yeah, here we go. Open dir absolute path. Okay, so here's the dir name. The flags. So access subpaths true, iterate false, no false. So iterate, I believe iterate is only needed if you want to kind of recursively go down the dir. But I guess we'll find out. It does say something here somewhere about it, maybe. True means open and agree scan for the files subdirectories of the result. It means iterative function can be called. Okay. Iterate. I think this is like a recursive. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong. There's also like walk. Recursively iterates over a directory. Maybe iterate is only the one thing. Why is there like separate? Oh, it's a one for each operating system maybe. Okay. Well, we have these. Let's do this one. I just want to know what it's doing. What the hell? I don't see my operating system here. Oh, it went to the wrong one? Okay, I guess it doesn't matter really. Maybe. What the hell? Index more or less assemble end index first iter seek set. Get dir entries. I mean, maybe we could just use this. No. If it's the first one, we do some kind of thing here. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll just find out what it's doing. Let's try iterate, I guess. Because it doesn't say what it's doing. Like there's no documentation here. So, but yeah, okay. So while iterate next, we will get some kind of entry here. Now the LSP has no idea what this is. We have to try as well. Okay, we do get something here. So we have a name and a kind. The kind can be all of these. So I guess we'll switch on the entry kind, and it could be a file. We do something, or it could be a dir, and we'll do something. I mean, I guess we could support like other things as well. I have no idea what these are, like block device, character device, door, event port, name pipe, symlink. Like symlink, I kind of know what it is, and maybe pipes. I think this is like, isn't this like a Windows thing? I don't know. Maybe there's more. Whiteout. I have no idea what that is. Okay. I guess file and symlink. Well, the symlink needs. We need to know like what the thing is. It's pointing to. Let's just forget about the symlink for now. I'll just put this in a thing here. Support. And then like else we don't do anything. Okay. Great. Do we need to like deinitialize you or something? No. I think you need to be a var and defer close. You probably need to be a var. Yes. All right. Okay. So let's create a matches, and we will return that here. Right, so if it's a file, you know what? Now we need the prefix actually. We want to have the prefix here. So let's just get the prefix. Yeah, because now we can match directly on the files directory itself. Symbol matches. We have a name, prefix, mode. Okay, I guess we want to determine the mode. Prefix match starts with the symbols. Ah, I see, I see. No, I think no, we just want to need we just need the prefix. We can do symbol matches with the mode. Doesn't it symbol matches prefix. If this is 0, return true. Otherwise it should be okay. Let's just do like prefix symbol matches here. So here's like if symbol matches, name is gonna be entry name. So I'm assuming this is like the like this is the name of the file without its path. Prefix we have there. Mode we need to calculate somehow. I think it's just like from prefix. Where's the mode at? Determine mode, filter mode. From prefix, and you're gonna get a prefix, and we're returning a mode. Return if prefix length is 0. We will do a substring question mark. No, prefix. prefix. This is so weird. Like if prefix length is 0, like if prefix doesn't exist, we return the mode prefix. Otherwise a substring. What does that mean? If it has a prefix match, we return a prefix. I guess it's like matching a prefix somehow. Otherwise we have a substring. I don't understand. This is all the AI is doing here. Okay, I guess we'll match this logic here. So if the length is 0, we have a prefix, otherwise we have a substring. And if this is true, we will append a match. Which is this one. Oh, but we don't have a symbol. Oh, shoot. And the symbol has all these things. I guess we could make a symbol, I guess. Yeah, we just make a symbol, maybe. And what is source? Document workspace. Whatever. I guess workspace could work. Alright. Let's see. Okay. So symbol, we need to make a symbol, but it's a pointer, so we need to actually allocate it. And that might cause a leak. And we also need to actually have it. So let's do like symbol equals const allocator create. And this is, what is it? Symbol. And you are the symbol. Alright, name is entry name. Oh yeah, and these will be, I think these will be like deinitialized when the dir is deinitialized. We need to duplicate this as well. Whoa. Okay. What else do we need? Kind is, I guess, a module. I don't know. And we have detail. It's gonna be, I don't know, enter name, fine. Documentation, no. All right. Now here we have also source. Let's just pick workspace. I'm not sure exactly now what it's used for, but let's go with that. Okay, so that's the file. Now it's gonna be similar for the directory. Actually, this is probably gonna be exactly the same because yeah, it just has a name. So I'm just gonna do, well, I guess it kind of depends. The only thing that changes is like, no, nothing changes really. Maybe if you do a directory, it will append, like you could do like, you know, when you do completions, you can add like a slash maybe to it or something. So it's like easier to, nah, what the hell. Let's just do the same thing. All right. Okay. So now we should have like the matches that are in, hopefully, only in the actual directory. I'm not sure what iterate actually does, if it's only the first sort of level of the directory or if it goes recursively. But I guess we'll find out. Okay, we got no more errors, so that means it should work, right? Okay, so I will restart, go in here. Let's try out this first. No, it doesn't work. So here you can see like received message, did change, blah 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 blah, and here I print out like new document text is this thing here, yes, and then we send diagnostics, but there's no diagnostics, and we also sent a response here, publish diagnostic. Okay, well that's publish diagnostics. Received message the completion, and we didn't respond. Huh. Okay. Yeah, if something went wrong, this should have happened. This is not correct. Okay. So what if something goes wrong? It should just, or if we don't have any items, what happens then? Does it look like nothing's is incomplete? This list is not incomplete. Okay. That's weird. Like it should have said something here and sent it back as a result. I did notice a little bit of lag when I tried to completion, received message completion. That should return a message. We should be returning something at that point. Do I not use this? Yeah, because when I send this, it's gonna log out sent JSON, right? So something weird is happening and it doesn't seem to say report anything here. Let's just try and say here like log or error, otherwise it's gonna be like standard out, I think, which is used for communication to the LSP client. So matches, and I'm just gonna do like number of matches here. Items length or items.items length. Yeah, see how long it takes? There could be some kind, I don't know if there's like a timeout or yeah. So we never get there. Okay. So presumably this takes too long, perhaps. We got the elixir. I mean, this is while true, but the elixir should eventually, you know, report an error depending on what's happening here. So it should eventually run out. So even this is like while true, it should do that. And then if we check this, if this contains the thing, is this the correct thing? Like line first and then column, right? Yeah. Okay, well, let's just check. Defer log error, determine completion kind equals, well, we don't know what it equals, but let's just check if it's actually terminating there. Well, we don't have it now, but as soon as we start to type something. No? Okay, now let's try this. Let's try, wait, completion. Let's try logging next here. Next token is next. Do you have a formatter function? No. Let's just do tag. Oh, there's an error, of course. No. Oh yeah, we need to do like S. Now we should get a whole bunch of logs now here. Yeah. What the hell? Okay. Let's stop that. And completion. All right, so we catch and return symbol. Why is it not failing here? Is my question. Did I miss like a catch somewhere? No? Okay, this one is just so it doesn't run away, which is kind of ironic because it seems to be doing that. Index does not increase as well. We have a catch for that. Let's see, or I mean an error for that. Current constant is string. And we're doing the interp thing. doing this. If we're at the end, we do this. Otherwise, we do this. So we always return an end of a. Okay, so actually, okay. I was under the impression, which is kind of weird because I knew kind of I should have known how this was working before, but that it would return an error if we reach the end and you try to next again. But actually, it just continues to report an end of file. As you can see here, next token end of file, next token end of file. So we should look at if the tag is end of file, we will just I don't know, return symbol, I guess. Kind of the same behavior there. All right. Are you happy now? Okay, you can see how much faster it went now. Okay, well, the member access doesn't work, but now we can check if this works. So import a, wait, no a. It also takes like a little while. Does it get stuck on something again? It returns no items. Okay. So let's just see what is happening. Completion. And we got like file somewhere. So let's do like log error. Collecting module matches in their name. Okay. Let's start there. And I mean, I just have to do like import for it to start doing that. So collecting module matches. No, it doesn't do that. So okay. Interesting. Oh, maybe. Okay, hang on. You know what? Let's actually do this, because I think, okay, I think in this case, like when we have this, let's say we have this now, the cursor should be like at the end, right? This line starts here and ends here. So first we have an import keyword, then we have a string start. However, the cursor is not actually on the string start. And we're checking like, yeah, the token where you are is a string start, but actually it's the string text token or end of file, right? Or end or a new line, I guess. So we have to improve this a little bit. String start, it could also be string text. It could also be like, if it's end of file, we shouldn't actually end it there. Let's have a let's have like end of file or new line. It's kind of weird. The cursor is kind of like in between the characters, so not sure how you would calculate this really, but Yeah, let's do it like this instead. We still have our terminator down here, if that is what's needed here. So let's try this again. Alright. No, still doesn't work. No. Alright. Where is this log file actually? I should just like remove it. Local state. Yeah, let's just remove this. Also, why do you take so long? There we go. Much better. Okay, let's see. We need more information here. Man, I thought this was gonna be like pretty simple, but turns out it's not. Well, this could be like string start. So then it okay. I see what's going on. So if it's a string start, then the previous is the import. Maybe we should just have like the import, like the maybe import is a token. Not the previous. And we will check if next tag is import, then maybe import will be set to next. Okay. Now, so this is like the most recent like import keyword. Now we want to check now if we're doing these things, but we also need to check if we're actually in a string. So perhaps we don't care about the tag actually. We just care if we're in a string context actually. Yeah, so just if well, we can just do this, to be honest. If we're in a string context, or if we have an import and we're in a string. So here is like if this is true. I guess we just put this to true. No, this doesn't work. Because we don't know if we're in the actual import string or not. We know that we're in a string, but not if we're in the import string. Actually, okay. So we get into an import. You know what? We can do this. Like if we're in if the next tag is an import, we do some more things. So we do like no, but the problem is that we need to know where we end up here. Like I was thinking, like, yeah, now we can look at the next one. We can look at we could peek at the next, see if it's a string. But the problem is we still need to like check where we are. Should we check where we're gonna go backwards maybe? That doesn't work with the Lexer though. Unless you peek the whole line. Could do that, I guess, maybe. It feels like I'm using like the wrong tool for the job here. I really wanted to have like an AST instead. But the AST needs the tokens to be perfect, you know. So, but maybe we could make our own Lexer that would produce the perfect AST though. Actually, we have parser. We have the parser actually. Document store. We don't need that. Let's just do undefined. Okay. We have our parser now. And we have the Lexer as well. So now we can say like parser. Now parser has its own Lexer, I guess. Why is... Okay, there we go. So we can parse a source, and the source is going to be the line slice. But the problem here is that it's going to fail if it's like incomplete, which I don't want. What I want is basically like just parsing like an expression, an import expression. But the problem here also is that we need a full string. But I'm just gonna say this. And I just realized that this is not going to work either. Man, this is interesting. Like, because you can have like, no. This is going to work. I might make this more crazy than I need to. Let's just do this. Lazy Vim? No, it's my own config. Import expression. So we'll just do that. But then we need to do it when we get to the import. Maybe the problem maybe is that I'm using the whole line. Maybe it should be like starting at where we are and then go backwards. Maybe. But that doesn't work. Like until we find this. Maybe this was the best way to start with anyway. So we have an import. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Okay. New plan. Let's do this. Let's do like, first we have string start. It's gonna be Lexer next. And I'm just gonna do like catch return symbol. And then we're gonna expect, actually we could do like is there like an expect here? No. Okay. Actually, I'll just do return string there. Then, so now we say string start dot tag needs to be it needs to be string start. If it's not, we return nothing. I'll add like a none there so we can talk about it. Okay, so that's string start. Next up, we should be having a maybe a string text. Okay, now this one might be there, it might not be there, it might be an end of file. So I'm gonna switch on the text. Actually, I'm also gonna check. I have to check each time where you are as well. If you're on the string start, we can't help you. If you are, man, this is such a detailed algorithm. It feels like. Well, I might be making it way harder than it has to be, but okay. So then we have a string text. Now for imports, we don't allow interpolation, so I'm just gonna ignore the interpolation part, and I'm just gonna say, one second. String text. Yeah, so we will, well, if we are on that one, if we're on this, we will return module, right? That makes sense. But if we're not, we should just continue. But we don't know which, actually we don't know which symbol it is. I guess maybe it doesn't matter, to be honest, which symbol it is after the, like after string start. We should, it doesn't matter if it's a string text or if it's a new line or if it's an end on a end of file or anything else. It should really, it could, the only thing it could be actually is string text or interpolation. If it's interpolation, then there should be like some kind of parsing error, to be honest. But yeah, that should work there. And otherwise, we are not contained here, so we should just continue. Yeah. Okay. And then we're checking like here if next is there and we are in this, we should return symbol, otherwise we return a string. But this doesn't, there we go. And here's like the end of thing there. Okay. Alright. Let's try this here. I'll remove the parser. And this one is not used. Alright, let's try this. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on when you have when you don't see anything. Okay, so this should also be empty. Okay, so let's go here now. Okay, that works. This does not work still. Okay. Diagnostics did change. What about completions? Completion character 20 line 2, so that should have been, I'm pretty sure that should have been a module there. Man. Let's do this also. Let's do like tokens is a standard array list of tokens, runic token. All right. Oh, there we go. Okay, I don't need to worry about that. It's just preventing leaks so we don't spam. I guess we don't spam the error standard error. Okay, so then we will append to the token next, and in the end I want to log tokens parsed Yeah, let's just put everything in. Let's just do like JSON format. Tokens, items. Actually, oh wait, I see what's going on. Man, okay, I see what's going on. The line index is messed up. I was just thinking like, oh, I know what it's gonna format. It's gonna format the tokens. What's in the tokens? Well, the tokens in the tokens are the, you know, the lines, the spans, the locations, these lines, right? But this is for the line here, the line slice. It's only one line, right? The source file, like these tokens will have this line as its kind of reference point. So there's only going to be one line. There's always going to be line 1. But this span over here, like these ones, they are in the context of the whole file. Okay, well, that might not solve the whole issue, but at least I think that does mess things up a whole bunch. All right. Well, let's do like bar. Actually, you know what? Let's change the line. Okay, let's do this like line index. It's gonna be 0 question mark. Wait. No, we started 1. It's always 1. Character index can be context setting. So that is the same, but the line index is always 1. All right, let's get rid of this here and this. All right, let's try this now. Now, why is it lagging so much? Okay, that works. This does not work still. What the hell? Tokens parsed. What? We get an end of file. What? File source. What is going on? Why are you like this? Yeah, okay. Instead of doing this also, where are we? No. Yeah, I forgot about this. Like, instead of doing this, I already have, like, you know, log enabled. Wait. Yeah. Login enabled, true. There we go. What's your stance on AI art? Take a look at my profile picture. I mean, I'm not an artist or anything like that. You know, it was, I thought it was pretty cool, like, at the beginning, but now it just feels like, I don't know, it just feels so, I don't know, cheap, or it's like, it can be cool sometimes if you have like an actual artist that can make some cool stuff with it. But if someone just generates some AI, you can easily see that it's an AI image, and it kind of loses all charms. It to me, it's just, I don't know. It was kind of cool at the start to see, like, whoa, AI is so cool, it can make like all these crazy images and stuff, but now it's just like, meh. I don't know. It is a lot cheaper, and that's good. I mean, yeah, if as I said, like, if artists can make it, like, use it as a tool to kind of, you know, I don't know, improve their workflow or something like that, like, that could be cool. But just people sitting and pressing a button and you know, publishing it somewhere, that doesn't feel I don't know. I don't know. All the, like, do what you want to do, but don't act like you're like some kind of amazing artist or something. I don't know. No. Okay, yeah, we don't need you there. $50-50. Yeah, and then there's also the whole discussion, like political discussion on fair use and all that. But I don't want to get into that. But so not sure why I brought it up actually, but played around with AI images. Yeah, it's also like, okay, well, if you're thinking like, yeah, I want to be able to use AI to generate pixel art, for example. Well, it's really bad at doing that. And then also, like, other stuff, like, yeah, sure, you can, like, for me, that's not very good at drawing and stuff. I can use it as kind of a launch pad to maybe generate some ideas or generate some things that I can maybe use. But then I also feel like, okay, I kind of lose a lot of the creative process as well. And yeah, I don't know. Personally, I just don't feel like it's good enough for me to be able to just use, like, to make game assets and stuff. But maybe it's my problem. Maybe I don't. Maybe I haven't learned how to use it correctly. AI can almost work too well on pixel seamless textures though. She's a placeholder game detector. Okay. Well, I always think, like, when I try to make like pixel art things, it kind of made like a large image with squares that were kind of wobbly squares for pixels. I'm probably doing something wrong. I know there's you can do, like, you know, stable diffusion, and I did all that a long time ago, but I never got real deep into that stuff. But yeah. You probably can do a whole bunch of manipulation and tweaking of the parameters and stuff. I don't know. The game that I'm making is just for well, I'm trying to do the pixel art all by myself, but it's kind of like placeholder graphics. Maybe we'll see. I guess it depends on how far I will get on it. Okay, well, we got the logging there. Actually, let's see if there's like a difference there. Why would I get end of file? Why is this lagging so much? I mean, I guess it makes sense if the line is bad from the start. Okay, let's do that. Let's do like completion. Let's do determine completion kind on this, which is gonna be the line size. There we go. Yeah, see here? What the hell is this? Context text slice, current line. Text length less than line. Cursors. The start is the cursor. The cursor set at the offset when we reach the current line, or at the end. Or I mean when we reach the line. Real issue with AI so easy to make real looking functions only with console. Yeah, that is a whole other thing. Yeah, that I've been thinking about that like for a while, like even before it became this crazy, because it has gone so fast with the video. Like when the images first started to come out, you would think like the video stuff was impossible, but now it's super easy. And I was thinking like that there should be some kind of I don't know really how you would do it, but basically some kind of marker or ID or something on the video that would tell you if it's like real or not. Something, I don't know. Maybe you just have to be very good at like looking up sources in the future. We need better tools for looking up sources or something. I don't know. But it is going to become a real huge problem when AI gets so good that you can't tell the difference. Because right now, some of the videos is like, yeah, it's super easy to see that it's AI. But some of them, it's like at first I'm like, wow, that's crazy. And then I'm like, wait, this is AI. But it took like it took a while to like understand it. Sometimes I had to read the comments to, oh, it's AI, right? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You know. But I think soon it's gonna be super hard. It's just gonna be it might have to be that we have to, you're gonna use something as evidence. The sources are gonna matter then, but what if you're a private person that you have some kind of camera, like you have to be, maybe you have to use some kind of service that will guarantee that what you're filming is real, and that you have to put faith in this service or this company or whatever. I don't know. It's a extremely interesting thing. I don't know how it's gonna get solved, or that we get very good tools that it's gonna be able to determine. It could also be that you have like all the official like AI generator stuff has to by law include metadata or something in the AI videos or something, and it's like illegal to remove it or something like that. I don't know. Something has to be done soon, I think. Okay, why is this not working here? You know what? Do we have like, I could do like sig build test, right? Well, does this pass now? Yes. If I add a test here, there's like get line, whatever, and I have a text, and I will get line. Oh man. Okay, now it's not easy to test this, but actually I will just set this to undefined. And then we'll just set the line text slice to text. align to 1 and this to 2 or something, and then we get the results, and we do like what is it, built-in test or something? No? How does testing expect strings equal strings? Expected is hello, actual is result. Okay. Will it pick it up? I don't know. Well, there's plenty of open source models that can run privately, but let's just hope AGI helps us figure out this out. Yeah, but yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, maybe they will make it so that you could go that route. You could. What I mean is also like you could make it so that it's like required by law if you generate any kind of AI content that it has to have an AI sort of thing on it or something. I mean, yeah, and then people could just, you know, they could ignore that, but then they would be risking and maybe not be super credible sources to begin with. I don't know. It's gonna have to be like a combination of things, I think, to combat this issue. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what they come up with. But something has to be done. It can't go on like this. I don't think, because it's already like I saw in my in our country, like one of the major news channels or news, like, I don't know, program, they were fooled by an AI video and they reported it as a real thing, and it was like an AI video, but it was kind of embarrassing because it was kind of obvious that it was AI, like by people, if you kind of recognize this, the kind of you know, markers for an AI video. They were talking really fast and the signs didn't make sense, you know. But yeah, still, it's like, I don't know, maybe there was just old people there who reviewed it, I don't know. But yeah, it's already a little bit of an issue. It started to show, you know, already. And probably people get fooled, you know. All the, you know, you have people calling and using your, like, someone's relative voice to ask for money and stuff like that. Like, there's all kinds of scams going on. Is it even running this test? Runtime, CLI, LSP test. Add test. Okay, I have no idea. What if I do this? I mean, it should really be a try here, actually, as well. How does this work? Why is it adding this test here? The module is LSP. This is part of the LSP module. I usually don't add tests, so sig test maybe. No. Okay, here we go. 2, 3. Wait. All right, var. Okay. Found nothing. Yeah. So at least now we can check if it works once we actually change it, you know. Okay. This shouldn't be super hard. We start at 0, offset 0. We have the text, slice the line index that we want, as long as we're below the line. I mean, it could be that we're passing it, so let's add some more lines here and see if we get something else. No, it still finds like nothing. Start to cursor. If the cursor is this, then we break. Cursor is less than text length. At this point, we could just use couldn't we just use... We could just use like an iterator. I mean, if I would have done this myself, I may have done something like this, but you can also use like you know, split iterator, scalar, split scalar, the buffer is context text slice, delimiter is new line. I'm just gonna delete all this. Right, so here's our splitter array, and we will do like next, where we get a line, and let's keep track of our line number, and then we'll just check if I equals to our target line. We will return the line, and I mean, isn't that it? And then if we get to the end, we will, I guess, return like an empty string. Oh, we need to append this as well. Actually, can you have a continuation and a capture? No? Can you have the continuation here? It looks weird with the parentheses here, but it seems to pass the compiler check. There we go. Okay. Way easier. I would argue this code is better. Okay. Cool. It works. Great. Now, let's try this again. Although I'm not sure about the 0 index line. It feels like it should be 1 index. But I guess we'll see. Yeah. Token, next token. Yeah, so now we get const. Very good. Oh, so that was actually, we do get const now. And white space. Yeah, this is the thing here. Nice. So that's the correct line. So it is correct. But then we get like skipping white space, next token, const. And then it like then it just quits for some reason. Slow but maybe sure progress here. This takes way longer than I thought it would actually. Okay, well this works, so we don't need to log this out anymore. I'm gonna keep this so we can see what's happening here. So we're looking at this. If we contain that. You know what? There's like a separate check here, I think. If the start and end line is the same line, we need to check both column is and is more than this. Because otherwise, if it's the same line, this just checks, it just breaks here, like this checks only that the column is after the start column or equal. But it doesn't check the end one. Okay. Yeah, I need to go here soon and start to get real late here. Man, I just want to fix this. It seems to be, this feels very close now. This seems way more complicated than it needs to be, but yeah. Is it because the line index doesn't match up? Maybe that's why. No, it's always 1, so that should work. I guess we'll debug this as well. Contains. Let's do like line column start and line cell and column. Contains 120 start, 120 to 120. Okay, so it is the same thing there. Next token is a dot. No, string start. Wait, so now it works. Kinda. Wait. That should be containing there. String start. I see. Maybe it's like a mismatch in the column then. Ah! Hey, look at that. Okay, so it doesn't work from here, but as soon as you type, there we go. Okay, so I think there's like a mismatch in the column. I mean, yeah, and then it does that. Why does it do that? Okay, well, okay, cool. Also, we want to filter on like you can only import, you know, these files, so we shouldn't really include other things. So okay, awesome. I think this is like maybe zero terminated, or wait, what would make sense? I mean, what if we just add one? And check. Well, I would want it to work here. Next token is a string start, so it should work on string start as well, I think. String start. Yeah, it should work here. No, here. It should work here. Yeah. Okay. Just a test there. I mean, I should be able to run build LSP restart. What the hell? There we go. So you do like import. Also, you know what? You can. There's another thing we can do actually. We can go to capabilities and say trigger characters should be also on then a double quote, and then like either we're in a string or we're trying to import something. So now if we go over here and we're trying to say import, there we go. Hey. Okay, now I wanna filter. So in the module matches thing. Now I'm not sure if we wanna like cache these results, because we're constantly checking the thing over and over, but I'm not sure how, you know, feasible it is to kind of cache these things, but maybe it's not necessary. I don't know. We're just looking, we're just doing a list on the directory basically. So file matches. So actually now there's a difference between file and directory. So I guess we could just look at the kind here. But if symbol matches entry name prefix, we should also check here if entry kind is a file and if starts with entry name, no, not start with, ends with. If it ends with, well, if it doesn't end with that, we should continue. So now we're only picking those files that end in that. Also, there's something weird going on, like it crashed when I tried to restart the LSP. And then, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Like, well, that's diagnostics. Is it because there's some, like, we get an, do we get like an exit or like a quit? Shutdown? Yeah, we get a shutdown message and then it leaks. Okay, so apparently it does shut down. Hey, it's December. Okay. Well, I guess I'll write that in the to-do here. Actually, you know what? The AI could actually work on that. No, not right now. I'll put it to work later. Wait. No, I'll just write it down as well here. So restart causes leaks and crashes. All right. So this is kind of done now, but I will do. Wait, did I test it? So import. I get way more things than I expected here. But if we go to like source, that should also be a trigger, /. I wonder how well that would work. I guess we'll find out. Source. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, so it doesn't work, but what? I think that's because of the prefix thing. Yeah, it only looks for identify chars. What if we put a custom function thing? So char matcher is a pointer constant function that takes a byte and returns a bool. And I'm gonna do this so I can see what it is. And then this is my char matcher. There we go. So now we can provide a custom one. do that. A little bit of functional sprinkles here and there. Doesn't hurt anyone. Okay, module matches though. This should be like is module path character. So we'll return that either this is this or ASCII alpha. Maybe we have like path is actually this should actually be like separator here. No, it should be like both actually. It should maybe, I don't know. No. It fuck /. Okay, or let's just do like alpha numeric. I was thinking if there was like some kind of file, you know, what can it be more like this. Index of scalar slice value not equal to null. Alright, so here we can put in anything we want. I don't really know what kind of characters can you have in a path that we would allow. Can you have like ats, $signs? I guess dots are maybe allowed. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay, let's I don't, no. Let's remove these. That's weird. Okay, so now you are is module path character. There we go. So now we should extract the prefix there. Alright, let's see if we can build this. Yes. And then we'll go. It might not work anyway, but maybe. No. Interesting. Collect the module matches in repos. Okay. So that's the wrong place. But it's weird that nothing showed up though. No, but there's the dir name. The dir name of the file. This is the script dir. Yeah, this is the script dir name. This is so what we want. We want the prefix here, and then Wait, this is like the... Okay, I see. Yeah, this is like the path prefix. So it could be like, you know, source, and then you start to type something. This prefix is the whole thing here, but we're using it down here to kind of match against the name. So we really need this as a prefix, but we also need like this part as kind of the base, like the dir that you want to check for, like files for, right? So we kind of need two things here. We kind of need like the module path prefix, or yeah, I guess prefix, and then we need the other, like the normal prefix, which really should be module like file character, because it's not exactly the same as the other one. This is a file car. So this is like index of scalar, but we remove slashes, so it can't have slashes there. So we have like the file prefix and the path prefix. Now what if the file prefix, like this, the file prefix should be like empty, right? And if we're like this, it should have one, but then we need this. The module path prefix should really be this part only. So we should like slice off the end of the file prefix there. So really, if we make it this var, and then we do like this, should be like 0 to the length minus this length, right? Because then we take this to the end minus that, and if that has 0 length, then we don't to like distract, like take away anything. Okay, now this should be able to be used as a dir name, right? Okay, so that should be like the dir name that we are supposed to use, but we need to join. Yeah, so the actual dir name is gonna be path join script dir name. Oh, sorry, we need like allocator. So we need like script dir name, and then we need module path prefix there. And then I will also free dir name at the end. All right. Okay, so that's gonna be the dir name there. All right. Now we can check if it's gonna get the correct one. Now this is the, yeah, that's the file prefix. Well, it doesn't have to be a file, I guess. It's more like the base name, maybe prefix, whatever. Yeah, base name prefix. Okay. Value ignored. Oh, yeah, module. So we reassign you to that. Now let's double check the name here. The thing is, how will the autocomplete work at this point? I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see. Maybe it just works. All right. It feels like there could be a whole bunch of edge cases here that I'm just ignoring. But I guess we'll find out sooner or later. There we go. Source. Hey, look at this. Yeah, there's nothing there. Runtime. Hey. Why do I get like a .rn? It's because it's like I guess how the replacement work. It moves back to the dot. The dot is not part of the file name, it thinks, maybe. So it will try to do that. Okay, man. Okay, that's that's cool, man. All right, cool. Okay, yeah, I think with that we'll call it a day. We can now auto include, or the import module names are now fully done for completions. We have like member access also we need to do, and then maybe for completions more there could be keywords. Actually, yeah, I should add that. That should be pretty easy actually. Completions. Well, okay, I say easy. It may depend on, you know, the context and everything. Keywords. But yeah, cool. We got that finally. We got there finally in the end there. Man, there was a lot of nuances there. The only thing where I added check step to build Zig, my else because real information. Do you happen to know how to get it working for the whole project, not just the root Zig files? Let's see. Do we have a check here? No, we don't. I know that I have a check somewhere. No. What about the editor? Check. So not just the root Zig file. So basically here I have this step check, and it depends on some other step here, which is this one. This is an executable and has all kinds of stuff in it. And this seems to work, although I would say it seems to work anyway without this. But I don't really understand how exactly. Like it may depend on the version of the LSP as well. I'm using this one, so I'm not sure if it's the same, but yeah, I don't know if it's necessary to have the check, but I mean it couldn't hurt, I guess. But how is your how do you have you set it up? Using the same okay, the same versions. All right, you can look at this code here. The Zig game editor is available on my GitHub, I think. Yeah, it should be. Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure it should be public. Yes, it is. So you could check there if you want, although don't take it for like a perfect setup or anything, because yeah, it's it's probably not. Anyway, that is gonna be it for this time. So yeah, thank you very much for joining me here, and have a nice day, and I'll see you later. Bye bye.